Michigan this afternoon at the place they call the Woodshed, on the banks of the Red Cedar, home to the Michigan State Spartans, where they are ready to start another campaign. A staple of the college football environment. Color-coordinated schemes in the stands. A stripe out today. Students, alumni, all fans have band together to try to make life miserable for these visitors. As we'll see a team from the American, a squad looking to put on a show, taking on a team from the Big Ten, the Michigan State Spartans. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. And guys, can't wait to get this one started. The Spartans ready to get this thing started and open the season. He'll bring it out. It's Averill. The coverage team maintains his discipline, not much doing on that return. You know, that connection between quarterback and wide receiver, Jesse, takes some time, and we'll see how quickly these two guys get on the same page.
Yeah, the chemistry between he and the quarterback, I think, is what everybody's going to be looking for early in this game, because David, obviously having transferred in, he hasn't had a lot of time in this offense. This is his first game.
And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
What an effort getting to the quarterback there. You think about Michigan State D-line, Jarrell Worthy, Shalik Calhoun, guys that would use their frame to their advantage, and you just could not block them. This guy has physical ability. He's got a lot of things you can't coach. One of those is that frame, and he used it right there to his advantage.
This crowd, full throat, splitting the eardrums and letting them know it's going to be a long day. Second down, they'll go to the air. Fires complete on the crosser. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Shotgun snap, wants to throw it on third. He finds a dead spot in the middle. And with that effort, they pick up a fresh set of downs. They have it at the 34-yard line.
A nice passing game by this offense. The quarterback and the receiver on the same page, in time, in rhythm, creates the big play. And look at them. They're right back on the football, ready to run another play.
Here comes the offense on 1st and 10 from the 47.
Defense gives up the pretty big run. They get the first down. And listen, you got to reload quick.
Can't find a man, and he'll be knocked down at the 40.
This defense talked about it coming into this football game. We've got to affect the quarterback. We've got to rattle him. We've got to hit him early. How about this? First drive, 2 sacks already. So far, mission accomplished.
That last sack got them behind the sticks. It's 2nd and long here. Give to the back. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. The noise bouncing off of Sparty's armor as they encourage the green and white on 3rd down. Picked off, and the opening drive is stopped with an interception. Didn't get a ton on the return, but the most important thing, he got the ball, and they've got it at the 48.
First quarter, first drive, first strike delivered, and it's the defense that comes up with the big play. Talking to the defensive coordinator, he felt really good about his pass defense, and he wasn't lying. Interception on the first drive, great possession.
They'll run it. He breaks the tackle. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Got a little work done on 1st down. Now back to the line. They think there's room to run to the right here. And he never had a chance. Just stopped cold as soon as he got it. Got quite a ways to go to keep this drive going. It's third down from the 45. Zings it complete to the right. He'll be stopped about 2 yards short of a first down. And the Spartans decide to punt it away. He ought to be able to use this first punt to pin him deep. Wanted to make sure not to give them a chance for a return as it goes out of bounds. So, guys, we'll get another look at this offense. Looking for a physical attack from the guy. He's stuffed after picking up 1 to the 23. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Play action. Quickly complete. Across the 35, out of bounds at the 36, and a really good pickup as they're starting to move.
Offenses love the explosive plays through the air, pushing the ball down the field. And look at this. Sometimes it creates some momentum, and you want to capitalize, so you go get on the ball and get ready to run some no-huddle.
Fires to the big fella. Makes the grab almost to the first down marker, but a good pickup on that one.
Nice quick throw there. It's so important for quarterbacks to be able to find a rhythm and to be comfortable and confident. You want to just get the ball out quickly, make it an accurate and easy throw, and you could...
Oh, he wants it all. And that's going to be incomplete, going for broke on second down, but third down's coming up. That last incomplete pass has him staring at a 3rd and 3. Wants to throw it. Bring in the heat. Under pressure, and down he goes at the 33.
It's hard enough to get this guy on the ground once. That's his 2nd sack of the day. Nice job getting in the backfield, not getting deceived by this guy's speed, because we've seen this QB, man. He can make people miss. Nice job getting him on the ground for the 2nd time today.
They bring the punter onto the field now. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. He'll try to field the punt and bring it back. And he's going to get it up to about the 29-yard line before he's brought down. The Spartans have it back on offense, hoping to play some good ball. They went 3 and out on their first possession, now to see if they can be more productive this time around. It's complete. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. That last completion sets him up on second down. From the gun, the running back looking for room. They'll get him at the 45, but he got 10 on that one. Now a first down from the 45-yard line. Might as well give it to him again. Still on his feet at the 45. There he goes. And he'll finish the run in the end zone. Touchdown, Sparty.
Man, I am a great play caller when I can hand it to guys like that. He can go that far to the house, create big plays, showed you a little bit of vision, showed you a little bit of burners. When he kicked it in gear, he got the long touchdown.
Getting ready for the extra point after the first score of the game. And with the extra point, they get the first 7 of the game. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they knew how to close the deal, rolling double nickels and the 55-yard touchdown run. He only needs a sliver of daylight. This guy makes you hold your breath when he gets the football in his hands, and that last line of the coverage team, the only thing that stopped him from housing it. He'll keep it himself. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow in 2nd and 7. Stuck with a running game on first down. Now here they come again. It's complete to the right. He'll be run out of bounds, but we've got laundry on the field. Let's see what that's about. When you've already seen your quarterback go down 3 times, you might as well try holding, and they didn't get away with it. From the gun, running back on the move. And the defense drags him down. Sparty and nearly 75,000 of his closest friends hanging the decibel meter on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Complete to the right. What a nice connection. Knocked down immediately, and they've got it at the 25.
And it's on 3rd downs like this. If you want to attack the middle of the field, you got to look for the tight end. Really nice route. Great job looking that football in. You can tell this quarterback really has a lot of confidence when he's in the pocket looking for the big fella, and they're able to hook up there.
Going to be a gain of about 3 down to the 21. Touch pass on the jet sweep. And you want to talk about gang tackling. Everybody on the defense run to the ball. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. The crowd getting behind this defense as they try to get a stop in the red zone. Tries to do it himself on the draw. Doesn't quite make it to the 1st down marker. He's a yard short. 4th down and 1, and they'll go for it. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. Makes the catch. They get him down, but this offense is set up 1st and goal from the 9. This offense in scoring position with a fresh set of downs. Motion from the wideout. Off the play fake on 1st down, wants to throw. Takes a hit as he fires. And it's a touchdown, puts 6 on the board. We talk about pocket presence. There's also pocket punishment that's part of it, and he was able to withstand it and deliver the football.
It comes with the job description, Reese. You know as a quarterback that this is going to happen eventually. You are going to get hit. So why not then deliver touchdowns deep down the field? Doesn't get any better than that.
Extra point here will tie the game. And the point after is good. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
A pair of top 15 teams throwing haymakers today. Let's show you the very latest. Oregon has some work to do, but go against this team at your own risk. The program who played in the first ever CFP championship is always a threat to come back. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Alabama. We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. He makes the grab. He almost picked up the 1st down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. How about these 2 running games so far? Dominance on the ground as we look at the 1st quarter stats. We've got a good one going here and looking forward to keep those vibes rolling here in the 2nd. So they go back to work after the break, and it is 3rd down. Trying to pick it up on the ground. They bring him down, but not before he's able to pick up the 1st down. The Spartans come to the line with a new set of downs. Red pass hits complete. And they'll spot it at the 45. That's good enough for a 1st down. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. And the Spartans have their offense in high gear. Incomplete. He had to get rid of it before he wanted to. The defense put the heat on. Plenty of distance between them and the sticks here on 2nd down. Wants to go up top. Throws to the wideout. Wide open downfield. They've got the defense reeling right now with that big play to the 29.
That's a really good-looking throw, and I love the decision right there. When I think back to my favorite Michigan State quarterback ever, it's Kirk Cousins. Wasn't the biggest, wasn't the strongest, fastest, didn't have the best arm, but he made good decisions. He read the defense and threw the ball accurately on time. This guy has the ability to do that, too. If he keeps this up, this offense is going to be tough to stop.
He gets it across the 25 to the 24. Give him 5 on the carry. Quarterback on the keeper. This junior making his presence felt and making the stop after a short gain. The Spartans come to the line on 3rd and short, looking to keep this drive moving. Quarterback moving. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. And the Spartans will try to punch it in on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he runs it in for the score. Touchdown, Michigan State. That drive was what every father wants his daughter's romances to be like. Slow, take your time, drain the clock, no hurry at all.
Sometimes love is a slow burn. And that's what we just saw on that last drive. I am so impressed with the execution, and I love their ability to run the football. These players, they're coached up. They're coming out here, and they are executing exactly how their coaches prepared them to do in this game.
The returner will field it and try to do some business. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. And the offense takes over to dip into its bag of ball plays. Out of the backfield, he's open. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. The RPO fired complete to the left. He'll be forced out of bounds at the 28-yard line as this offense tries to mount a drive.
Well, the defense makes the tackle. They give up the first down. They've now got to communicate the next play call. They can't substitute because the offense is going fast.
Terrific job getting to him. There was nowhere to go. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. Out of the gun. The running back has it. Got enough for the first. And they'll get it to the 39-yard line, and they'll move the chains.
Really nice run there, picking up the first down. Now they're right back up to the line of scrimmage, ready to go again.
To the air on 1st down. Finding an escape route. He makes the stop almost as soon as he catches it, and they're short of the first down. Working well behind the sticks on 2nd down. Looking to fire. Quickly out to the tight end. He gets it up to the 44-yard line. He'll be marked out of bounds right there as this offense continues to roll. Now they'll run the draw. He's got first down yardage across the 50. They'll mark it at the 49. So they move the sticks on the run. Let's see what they do with this one.
And they just kind of sneak that one in there as a defensive guy, 3rd and 5+. I'm thinking pass. They were thinking pass, Palmer, and they slipped the run out.
And it's so nice then to have this guy at running back too, right? Because you could throw it to him on 3rd down or hand it off. And he's got the vision and the athleticism to go pick up that first, keep the drive going.
Nice job by this defense creating that negative play. That's what all defenses want to do. But look at this. This offense, they ain't scared. Right back on the ball, ready to run another play, ready to make this defense work.
They'll run play action. Oh, he's going to take a shot at the DB. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. They punt it away on 4th down. Punt goes out of bounds, and a really nice job as they stick them deep in their own end. They'll mark it around the 10. The give to the back. Pushes forward for 3 out to the 13. Got 3 on 1st down at 2nd and 7. Back to pass. Got his man on the right. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. The Spartans come to the line on 3rd and short, trying to keep the drive alive. And they'll miss the connection here on 3rd down. And here comes the punt team. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. Here's the return. The solid return there offsets some of the punt yardage and really sets up this offense nicely. Looking to throw on 1st down. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down. Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. They'll throw again after the incompletion. Got his man. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there and still a little ground to cover to pick up the 1st. Takes it from the gun on 3rd down. Fires deep toward the end zone. Oh, he dropped it. That deep ball was right on the money. You just have to make that catch. After the 3rd down incompletion, the punt unit is on the field. He won't be able to return this one as it goes out of bounds. Michigan State has the ball back, and here comes the offense. They didn't get much done the last time they had it. Had to punt it away from deep in their own. Oh, he's got some space. He'll get it out to the 25, not bothered at all being backed up, and they've got a 1st down. Lost a throw on 1st down. Working the middle, it's complete. Stopped after a good pickup, and he'll be just a tad short of the 1st down. Single back formation, and they give it to him. They knock him down, but he's got enough to get it across the line and pick up the 1st down. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. And the Spartans with the 1st and 10. Right back to the well. Picks up the 1st down, still moving. He now has 111 yards on the ground, and with that run, he eclipses the 100-yard mark in this season opener. It's 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Looking to throw on 1st down. Got his man quickly. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the 1st down. The Spartans can play this 2nd down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go. Trying play action. Throws for the tight end. Finds a man on the left. He's there to make the stop, but not before he sets up this offense. 1st and goal from the 7. And the Spartans, once backed up in the shadow of their own goalpost, have put quite a drive together. He's got it. And he's just run out of bounds, maybe living to fight another day there. It'll be a loss on the play. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Wants to go up top. Using the quick game. They'll mark him down at the 2. The excellent execution on that throw and catch. A 3rd and goal call here from the 2. Let's see if they can finish the deal. He wants to throw it again. Touchdown, Spartans! Fit it in the window for the score.
I know we're only in game 1, but in this half, you've got to be excited about what you've seen from this offense. Really nice rhythm. Quarterback's got great command on the field with respect to what they're trying to do, and they've got some weapons. I can't wait to see what this offense does this year.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, fellas, here's a quick update on a top 15 clash today. Oregon is currently ahead right now in Autzen Stadium, but they just haven't been able to separate themselves offensively. They're up by a field goal over Alabama. We'll circle back if anything big happens you should know about.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. And the defense makes the stop after a minimal gain. They'll move the wide receiver. Now the play fake. Finds his tight end. Breaks into the open. We got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. Looking downfield on first down. Chucked it away just as he was hit. Not much of a chance there. He just had to get rid of it to avoid the sack. Backed up now. Here's second and long. Looking to go up top, and time's running out in the half. At the 45 on his way. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. Wants to go up top on first down. And he needed a little bit wider field as that one falls out of bounds. Just a few seconds remaining here as they try to put something up before halftime. And back to the air on second down. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to avoid the loss. Just enough time for one final play in this half. On third and long, he has to throw for it. Deep shot for the end zone. Incomplete. They took a shot to wrap up the half and came up empty. We played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
All right, guys, looks like we've got a fascinating one going on in East Lansing. And this linebacker has left his big old paw prints all over this first half. He's been clogging running lanes and forcing turnovers, and even when he's not doing something that shows up on the stat sheet, he's preventing that offense from doing so. A young man with all-American potential. With that said, let's send it back to the guys at Spartan Stadium.
We're just about ready to start the second half. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. The Spartans have it back on offense, hoping to play some good ball. Quick release on the RPO. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Off the play fake. Under fire. Complete downfield. They'll move the chains after he gets it to the 43-yard line. This offense is like running a perfection drill in practice against air. Chunk play after chunk play, and here they come again. What will they dial up on second and a long way to go? Looking to fire. Dangerous screen into traffic. No, sirree, not this time. The defense was there and ready for that one. On third and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. He's got it inside the 15. Just what they were looking for. A huge explosive play, and they're inside the 15 at the 13-yard line. The Spartans are on the move. Leaves it with the running back. He's tackled right at the 10-yard line, and they're trying to cash in on this drive.
You know, as a defense, you kind of want to force the give on the RPO. You want them to run the football, and you could tell maybe the quarterback wishes he pulled this. Small gain, but some information you gathered maybe for the next time you get to run an RPO.
Rides to the back. He'll be hauled down just inside the 10 of the 9 as they're trying to turn this into a score. The terrain gets rough this deep in the red zone. Third down, they can't pick up the first without scoring. Touchdown, Sparty! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house. guy is so slippery, so elusive, he just vaporizes right in front of the defense.
It's crazy. You can play touch football in the elevator and lose to this guy. He's that kind of quick.
The AT unit on the field. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. They're set to kick it off, and this crowd now ready to get behind them. Here he comes from inside his own 5. And they'll get him on the ground as the offense comes out to start the next drive. And now the offense will come onto the field again. Going right to work up top. He's going to let it go. It's picked off, and another empty drive.
And what a play by the defender. He's on an island all by himself in cover 1 man coverage. Just him and the wide out, and he ends up winning, coming up with a big INT.
Michigan State has the ball back, and here comes the offense. There have been few obstacles for this offense as they are starting to pull away here in the second half, Jesse.
And this has been a dream game for this play caller, too, right? It's like anything that he's calling is working flawlessly.
Yeah, it's fun to be the offensive coordinator, but not the defensive coordinator. They have had no answers. It's been an absolutely miserable day trying to solve the riddle of this offense.
They'll run it out of the shotgun. He gets inside the 40 to the 39, but he is still well short of that first down marker. It'll be 4th down. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. And they'll pat the kicker on the tail and tell him to go give it a shot. He says he's got a big leg. He's going to have to show it from 56 yards out. That took every ounce of leg strength he had to sneak that one into the left corner. And now the lead is even bigger.
You've got to make the opponent pay for turning the football over. And while this team would have liked to have scored a touchdown off that pick, I think they're pretty happy getting a field goal.
On the move from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Here comes the offense back onto the field. Use the play fake, now to throw. Fires to the tight end. And the big fella couldn't elude the cornerback who makes a sure tackle. So now it's 2nd and long. Rides the back and leaves it on the option. Running hard and getting 6 yards out to the 26. And this offense just has to find a way to convert this 3rd down, or else they are really in trouble. Here's a heat. They get enough rush, and it pays off the sack at the 20.
And, man, this offense just searching for some way to climb back and get back into this game. They're down by 1,000, and it's not looking good. And you can't even protect your quarterback on 3rd down. Like, everything going the other direction.
The punt team makes its way onto the field. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Working his way on the return up to the 40-yard line before he stops. The Spartans have it back on offense, hoping to play some good ball. Handoff to the lone back. Turning it on!
Really nice first down run. And you're seeing why this running back is an every down type back. He can run between the tackles. He can run outside. He can catch the football. He can block. This guy can do it all.
And the Spartans with a 2nd and short to keep this drive moving. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. This freshman makes the stop after a short gain. Just this side of midfield, the defense trying to rise up on 3rd and short from the 49. Hauls it in. On the move at the 30. Turning on the jet. Touchdown, Michigan State. And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing.
And how nice is it to have a playmaker like that I can get the ball out of my hands, right to him and say, all right, dude, you got jets, you can fly, catch the slant, make some people miss, outrun some angles, and get all the way to the end zone.
On to attempt the try. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Kickoff unit getting some extra work as this lead has really grown. And he's going to try to return this one. I imagine he's going to get an earful on the sideline after bringing it out of the end zone and being knocked down at the 11. They go to the ground. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. Back to pass. Unloads to the wideout. And he got a hand in there. Knocks it away. Incomplete. They've already punted 4 times in this game, and they're about to run the guy out there for a 5th time if they don't pick up the first down here. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. And that one's incomplete. They weren't just trying to move the chains. They were trying to move the scoreboard. Instead, it's 4th down. Another punt on the way. Got to make sure those hammies and glutes all activated. Don't want any muscle pulls from overuse. And the returner will be brought down. Michigan State has the ball back, and here comes the offense. They had this thing in a hammerlock at halftime, and now they are really ratcheting up the pressure, David.
And I tell you what, this offense doesn't have to change a thing, Palmer. They've done what they want in the first half and starting off the second half in the same fashion.
And I like how they're letting different guys get involved, too. They've got so many different playmakers all over the field.
They've got this defense reeling after that last play. Now it's 1st and 10 inside the 15. The pull and throw off the RPO. That completion will take it close to the 5-yard line. They'll mark it at the 6. The play action fake. Fires it beautifully in on the crosser. Touchdown Spartans! And they take it in for 6 more points.
And added on again, this offense has done whatever they want, however they want, and this lead has ballooned. When you start a season off, you want to build momentum. You want to defeat an opponent and beat them badly. That's exactly what they've done. This team looks ready to compete for a national championship.
And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. So they start this drive from inside their own 20 at the 19-yard line. He's going for a big play downfield. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. They'll run the option. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. So we open the final period with a 3rd down play. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. I guess if you're an optimist, the stage is set for a massive 4th quarter comeback. Now on 3rd and 10, if they can move the chains here, maybe they can get this drive started. Back to pass, it's Thorne. Fires to the tight end. They'll stop him at the 24, and that brings up 4th down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Down in the 4th quarter, it's too late for empty possessions. They'll go for it on 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. He's got the back in the middle. He is stopped short, and they'll turn it over on downs. Just a crushing blow at this point in the game. Quick pass on the fly motion. explosive run into the red zone. He's out of bounds at the 16. Down to the 16-yard line. It's 1st and 10. One man in the backfield, and he gets it. He's dragged down at the 12 as they try to cash in on this red zone opportunity. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. They went right back to him, and this time the defense was all over him. Nothing to show for that run. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. They'll try to cap off this drive with a field goal. Absolutely perfect. And that'll add 3 more to a lead that is already way out of hand.
And they just tack on more points to this big lead. Listen, 4th quarter was sitting extremely pretty. All we got to do, not give up big plays, make them earn everything they get the rest this way, and we looking pretty good.
On the run from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. They'll give it to the back. Solid run, picks up 6 and gets it to the 28. 6-yard pickup on 1st down, leaves them with 2nd and 4. Leaves it with the back. All down, but he has enough to move the chains. With a 1st down, they'll snap it from the 32.
And that's a 1st down for the offense.
Power football with the run. Slams ahead for a yard out to the 33. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. It's a draw. He never had a chance on the draw. Tackled almost as soon as he got the ball. It'll take some work to get to the sticks. It's 3rd and long from the 30. Now on the option. They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple. They bring the punter onto the field now. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. Fair catch is collected at the 24, and that's where they'll start this drive. The Spartans have it back on offense, hoping to play some good ball. They had to settle for the chip shot field goal last time, Jesse. They'd love for this one to pay off bigger.
Yeah, it just comes down to execution, too. Did a nice job out in the field, stalled a little bit once they got down to the goal line, so they just need to be a little bit more crisp here, Dave.
Yeah, and listen, I think the first part was the most important part. You got to put the drive together first to get down there. Now, when we get down there, focus on execution and getting 6 points.
Wants to throw on 3rd down. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. The Spartans will line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. Hooks it all the way in, and now turns his attention upfield. Pretty solid coverage there, and they'll stop him at the 26. Fires to the big fella. They make the stop, but there is a flag on the field. We'll see what that's all about. So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. On the run, it's Wells. Smacks him with the stiff arm. All the way out to the 37-yard line. It's a gain of 15. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They really got things moving on this drive. 2nd play of the drive comes from the 37. He'll do it himself. And how about that play by that giant, that mountain of a man on the defensive front? Off play action. And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. They couldn't connect on 2nd down. Now staring at a 3rd and 9. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. So no dice on 3rd down, and they'll punt it away on 4th. catches it at the 15. Was looking for more running room, but found nothing but more tacklers. He's down at the 24. Michigan State has the ball back, and here comes the offense. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Here's the pressure. And the Heat will get home, and the quarterback goes down at the 17.
Play-action pass success has a lot to do with selling that fake. You could tell defense was not buying it, got in the backfield, got the big play.
And the Spartans now with a long way to go to pick up the first down. He'll pull it on the read. This junior making his presence felt and making the stop after a short gain. The officials stop the clock for the 2-minute timeout, and the offense is that much closer to victory. Give to the running back. He's knocked down just short of the 30 at the 29-yard line. It brings up fourth down. The Spartans will call on their punt team. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. No fair catches here, looking for room. They'll put that return to a stop at the 33, but the offense set up in pretty good field position. They'll start this drive at the 33-yard line. The give on the option. And the defense snows him under after a very short gain. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8, they go right back to him. Nice pickup on the ground there, and they'll move the sticks with the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
And that's good enough for a first down.
Finds the tight end. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 3. To the air, it's Thorne. Quickly to the tight end. Dragged down, but they'll move the sticks for a first down. Well, this one had all the suspense of a bug hurtling his way toward a windshield, and they did splatter them. An absolutely dominating performance.
You got to give the coaching staff a ton of credit. They obviously had their guys ready to play and motivated right from the opening kick. All three phases we saw, just spectacular football. No mental mistakes, David. You really can't play better than that.
Nah, it's really fun to do this. Come out and just dominate opponents. Start from finish. Nothing to worry about. You just know you're better. You're going to do you, put up a bunch of points, and win by a lot of points.
That will put the wrap on things from here. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis. You've been watching another presentation of EA Sports College Football.